Alright. Where were we? Good morning. Zactap, Valerian, Kennex Scout, Dragon Player, J. Palmer. The aforementioned Judo Joker. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like. But I did Judo Joker. Who else is here? X is here. Mook is here. Evo is here. Mr. Floyd is here. Okay. Next world of Doom. Thankfully, there's no more space sections. Could you imagine? So speaking of WoW, I had a completely random idea.
Listen up, thugs for less. We got a big job ahead, so pay attention. Megacorp has hired us to protect their CEO, Mr. Fizzwidget. They feel that he's getting a little, cuckoo in his old age, and are concerned for his safety. Now, Fizzwidget's kind of old-fashioned, so I want everything handled with the pride and courtesy people have come to expect from us. Also, be on the lookout for these two characters. I have a personal interest in seeing them rubbed out, so I'm offering a free pizza party to the squad who bags them. And remember, that includes drinks and desserts. Over and out.
Ooh. Free pizza party. Hell yeah. Hi, Lord Herman. I think I have 7 worlds left, J. Palmer. 7 or 6. I don't know, like halfway, 2/3, something like that. Let's see. I have, Mr. Floyd. Good morning, Rex. Speaking of WoW, a friend of mine was talking about one of the weird problems with WoW, which is the fact that they kind of wanted a bad guy faction, but didn't, like, actually commit to it, so there is no bad guy faction in WoW. And so I was thinking in my head, how exactly can you make a bad guy faction work in an MMO? Because, for those of you not aware, historically speaking, every MMO that's had a bad guy faction has either drifted away from that over time, or has failed. Every single one of them. So how do you maintain it? How do you have a bad guy faction alongside a good guy faction? Yeah, Tor is the closest we ever got, and pretty much the moment... No. Okay. Pretty much the moment that you got to any of the expansions, which I believe the Hut one was the first one, the Empire being the bad guy faction pretty much went away. And I know what you're thinking. Hang on, Laura, why do you even care about having a bad guy faction? Well, playing as the bad guys can be fun, legitimately. I mean, anybody who's played Command and Conquer, excuse me, will tell you that it's fun every now and again to play the Brotherhood of Nod, right? Or to play as the Soviet Union in Red Alert. Or, I'm trying to think of something that's not an RTS. Hang on a second. What's the Brotherhood of Nod? The bad guys. Any more answer than that would take entirely too long to give you, so let's just stop it. Oh yeah, Tempest Rising. Like, there's an enjoyability about playing the bad guys. Most notably when the bad guys aren't actually horrific. Very, very few players want to play someone who's really bad. You know what players want to play? They want to play Saturday morning cartoon villains. And you'll notice almost every faction I just mentioned is kind of that. Like, the Brotherhood of Nod are hilarious in their evil. One of the very, very first missions you have is, alright, so there's this town who has been speaking ill of us. Go wipe them out. And you just walk in and destroy an entire village. It's like, alright, but listen, now I want you to attack the Pentagon. Okay, I'm skipping ahead a few steps, but... And then, you know, the guy who's giving you the missions gets murdered right in front of you. And then a new mission giver shows up and is like, hi. I'm your new mission giver, and I'm a much better actor. Avoiding names on purpose. How the hell? Okay, whatever. I give up. Is the Brotherhood of Steel evil? Depends on the writer. Anyway, so there's an enjoyability about playing the bad guys as long as they don't go too far. In fact, one of the things that several of the developers of Red Alert 1 have mentioned multiple times is they regret making the Soviet Union that evil in Red Alert 1 specifically. And if that sounds strange, then you probably haven't played Red Alert 1, because Red Alert is known for being cheesy, ridiculous, silly fun, right? Except for Red Alert 1, which isn't. 1 is pretty dark. 1 is just kind of a straight-faced, awful, awful thing. Yeah, exactly, Dream Whisperer. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun to play the bad guys. Yeah, you are the ones who install Kane in power. Congrats! Actually, yes. Now, Takoida is probably going to tell me I'm wrong here, but from what I have researched on Red Alert 1, the portrayal of Stalin in particular in Red Alert 1 is considered by several historians one of the best actual portrayals of Stalin in fiction, because the developers and writers actually bothered to research as much as they could get a hold of at the time to try and do a realistic depiction of Stalin. And he is a mentally deranged, paranoiac thug. And the actor does a great job with it. I mean, yeah, Stalin's been dead for a long time, so who knows, but point remaining. Anyways, you get the point. So, sorry, circling back, how do you make that work in an MMO setting? Because it just doesn't work the same. RPGs, but that's another thing. People like to play bad guys in RPGs. The Necromancer route in Wrath of the Righteous, right? You want from me here, game? Actually, yeah, Control 1 and 2, another good example. More RPG examples. So how do you make that work in an MMO? Because MMOs, by their nature, need to have 3 components. They need to keep going. Hang on one second, look. They need to keep going, so you need to have, like, the content. The bad guys can't lose, but also the good guys can't win. Yeah, it has to be torch traffic. So I don't think that makes any sense. The majority of the content has to be playable by all players, regardless of faction. To use WoW as the example there, everyone needs to have a reason to go do the Molten Core, right? And it needs to be persistent. The world needs to keep going. Now, I think there are a couple of ways that we could finagle around this, but, like, most of those involve an absolutely insane amount of work. That was weird. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Another good example of playing evil. Although, I actually think they went too far in Baldur's Gate 3, which is funny for those of you who followed the development of Baldur's Gate 3, because originally in Baldur's Gate 3, you could be more evil. And they toned it down as a response to feedback about that. But anyways. Larian's messed up, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, exactly, Jay Palmer. But again, how do you make that work in a long-term format? Like, let's look at the raid problem, for example. The raid problem only really has 3 solutions that I can think of off the top of my head. Solution 1 is to go ahead and make it so that you remember what gun you have equipped. There we go. Solution 1 is to make it so that you just have 2 groups of content. 2 dungeons, 2 raids, 2 everything, right? Which, at that point, you're just developing 2 MMOs concurrently. Option 2 is to make it so that the good guys and bad guys are constantly teaming up against the bigger bad guys, which feels like it's bypassing the issue, doesn't it? Like, at some point or another, that's going to just kind of get eyebrow raising. Like, really? Yeah, we've got to team up again this week. it's not a donation, Zactash, but yes, I did in fact get your bits. Or points? Coins? What do we call those? You are so impatient, Zactash. My God. Literally less than a minute. But I will put that towards Mercenaries 2, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, and Jedi Survivor. And thank you for being part of the show. Yeah, WoW has dipped its toes into having a bad guy faction several times in its career. Each time it hasn't really worked out, which is why they've backed off from it each time. Interesting. The third possibility is infiltration. Now, this has its own limitations as well, but the idea here is, instead of grouping up with the good guys, everyone thinks you're a good guy, but you're not. But only for the purposes of doing raids and dungeons. That's a little hand-wavy, I'm not gonna lie. But you get the idea, right? You're a member of the Cult of the Damned, for example. But by day, you're just another Death Knight, or another Paladin, or whatever. Who's out there trying to, you know, do Razorfen Deeps or whatever, which doesn't actually exist. Yeah, that's the other problem. Fun bad guy factions, by their very nature, don't have a lot of complexity to them. Which means there's only so much you can do narratively with that. Ooh. Hang on, I'll look at these in just a second. First, I want to say, what the hell, Blair? Here, I'll exit this so you have some music. No, exit. Exit. There we go. Thank you, Valerian, very much. The cat even says thank you. Sorry, Lord Irma. I do always appreciate you, Valerian. Thank you. Especially right now. I gotta see what you put that towards. Give me a second. Load the correct page, please. Yeah. Evo's right. Like, what's your goal at that point? Okay, so, wow, patch. Nope, that's FF14 patch trail. Wow, Midnight. And Final Fantasy 11. MSQ. I try Hexing. Oh, real quick. I didn't know if your question was a legitimate question, Mook. What Patch Within is the patch content of War Within. That's it. It's all the stuff that I guess technically is mostly out at this point. Not completely out, but mostly out. That we didn't stream last time. So what do we got here? Yeah, it's all patch content. So that's the way we do our cadence of MMOs. Launch content, patch content, launch content, patch content. We treat each as a separate game for funding. Lock-on mod for Bouncer. Press and hold L2 and R2. I'm not doing that. I haven't heard anything about that, Mr. Floyd, but it wouldn't surprise me. I talked about that during the run, too. Acid mod, which adds a dot to it. Okay. But honestly, at this point, I probably want mods for the mini rocket tube. So we've got Acid and Lock-on. It's cramping to constantly hold down R2 and L2, so I try not to. Oh yeah, and Loke asked something. Hang on, what did Loke ask? Oh yeah, what about tyranny? What about tyranny? Glare silently. Alright, I don't know, it's really unintuitive for me, so I've just kind of not been doing it, and I don't really have much of an answer to it other than that. Like, let me give an example. Let's say there's an enemy behind me. I want to immediately flip around and start shooting at him. So I flip around and then I hit lock on, which is facing wherever my camera is facing, not where my character is facing. I then have to swivel in order to then be in this case, in which case I've already gotten hit at this point. This is me tapping L1. Oh my god, that's even worse. Oh god, that's even worse. Holy god. Okay, I'm never going to do that again. Alright, so. Is there anything out here? Did I bother with all this for any reason? Oh no, I've already committed to the Glare Silently run for Tyranny whenever we get there. You mean like this? Oh my god, that's terrible. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. That is terrible. Don't make me give negatives. I'll do it. I'm crazy. Alright. Oh. Wrong weapon equipped.
Weapon upgraded. New weapons can be upgraded with frequent use.
Thanks? Well, now it's the heavy bouncers. Let's see what that is. Probably still crap, if I were to guess. Yep, didn't kill anything. Well, it killed one guy. The flying bots. Flying bots. I mean, I know that I tend to say several times, oh, I hate lock-on mode, but actually, as we talked about during the Kingdom Hearts 1 run, not too long ago, I don't like bad lock-on modes. It varies, right, from game to game. A good lock-on mode is great, especially in a game where you're shooting. Because let's say what it is. It's just strafing at that point, strafe combat. I can actually use a specific example of that. Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime is all about that, to the point where if you actually analyze the combat in that game, almost every boss and encounter is designed to be fought in a circle, right? Because the whole game is centered around the strafing. Yeah, that is what I meant, Rax. How did you live through that? How did you live through 2 of those? Look, I know you want that pizza party. I get it. I mean, free drinks and dessert? Good morning, Darkman's Raven. I mean, proper aiming. I like that term. So, okay. I'm not just being mean, game. Oh dear God. We did it! We maxed our health. Nod, nod. You're playing Rochambeau. Because I don't care about being efficient, Act. I care about having fun. And if I have to pause and do... Oh god, what is it? I don't even remember the button input in order to break a box. Or just have fun and destroy this stupid thing. I'm going to just have fun with it. What is the issue, Act? That acid mod is pathetic. That was a waste of bolt. Platinum bolts, but still bolts. Like, I understand that this is a game you know very well, and I'm not playing it optimally. Chill. Also, it's a good way to test the ammo drop rate. From a designer perspective, if you give your player a whole bunch of really big, awesome, cool guns, and then discourage them from using them with limited ammunition drops, honestly, there's something that probably was broken in your design phase there. So, like, from the perspective of just playing a normal playthrough, in order to try and gauge how good they do things like itemization, drop rate, flow, pause, seconds and minutes, etc. All the things that would go into that, it makes sense to me to do something like this. Because that is satisfying. We even talked about that in the first game. How satisfying it is to just blow stuff up. And then hear this. Oh man, I didn't have max health. Shucks. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank, the weapons are the big thing. That's why Kid is probably going to be one of our largest sources of positives, at least I hope so. And that's the hope, right? Two has pissed me off far less than one has. 100,000. Oof. Make of that what you will. Interesting. Listen, I call bull. People never look up. I am invisible. It's okay, Act. I understand that you like Halo a lot. That guy live through that? I think he did. I do love me some grinding. That's why we did all 100 of those desert crystals and didn't get as many things as I would expect from that. That was a solid, like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes of grinding for basically nothing. I got one gun out of that. I do try Valerian. I'll admit I didn't always. It's one of the reasons why the old Final Fantasy reviews are out of date. It's not just the fact that they're before the Oblivion line. But I was playing the old Final Fantasies as someone who knows those games inside out. Next time we will not be doing that. I mean, the Unalesca fight alone. That's all I'm going to say about that. Now, Loke says there's no grinding in this game. As usual, you have to back that statement up. So, this is my... I need to come up with like a less confrontational way to say that. Please back up that statement? No, that doesn't. How about... You're literally Hitler. No, that's me. I'm Hitler. What would that make you? You're literally Churchill. No, that's actually worse in some ways. So I want to test something real quick here. So yeah, I actually have the charge boots equipped. But it automatically gives me the grab boots when necessary. That's interesting. I actually noticed this earlier on the building, but I wanted to verify that I actually had that I didn't have those equipped. It's okay, they're poisoned now, so that's totally going to kill them off, right? Hasn't already fallen off. Near as I can tell, poison only does 1 tick of damage, too. Which is just... I have not. I didn't know there was modular difficulty in this game. Please elucidate. Oh, that's what I could say to Loke. Please elucidate. It'll make me sound like a pretentious prick, but I don't care because that's just how I talk, so whatever. Hey, Loke! Please elucidate! And this is for you, Act. If I can remember how to do it. Nope. There we go. And then... Hey! There we go. There, just for you. I mean, it'll be easy to review Sonic like a new player. Because I am, basically. Oh no! Extra nanotech crates for players who frequently die. Weaker players encounter only half as many enemies. Enemies also attack less often, less accurate, far smaller volleys. Wonder which I qualify as with regards to dying. Valerian! Enhance. Oh no, I like that too. Alright, Loke! Enhance. I mean, if that's the point you're making, is that you enjoy the leveling of collecting bolts, and I have no potential counter-argument for that. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I have any actual way to verify that. Since I didn't notice it on the one section where I was dying over and over again. But I have no reason to think you're lying, so we'll go ahead and call that a positive. We'll call this a trust positive. But usually I do, Rax. I can actually name several games where I notice dynamic difficulty in. We played one earlier. Oh, Resident Evil. Duh. Just saying. We were just playing one. I got a weird one. Plants vs. Zombies had this kind of dynamic difficulty. No, really. If you do multiple stages in a row without dying, they spawn more enemies and harder types of enemies for the waves. If you start dying a bunch, they do the opposite. It's really obvious. Which game has the best jumping controls? Mario Odyssey. And yeah, there's the automatic boots again. Oh, that's interesting. Now see if if they opened the window, this would be great here. But they didn't. And I lacked the ability to raise one foot and put it on the wall and then start walking on the wall. So this might be my life now. It's nice knowing you guys. Oh god, the money grind in Plant vs. Zombies is actually silly. I mean, everyone in chat told me to get the bouncer load. I don't know what you want from me. I am, as always, your dancing monkey. 100k for the armor. Especially Lord Harriman, he demanded it. He said he would release the Bellin? Bellin. He said he would release the Bellin files if I didn't. I don't want people to know I voted for Bellin. Well, that's always up to the individual, J. Palmer. Which is why when Loke says he enjoys leveling in this game, I can't argue against that, because he enjoys leveling in this game. Because, yeah, if you enjoy grinding, then it's not grind, it's leveling. So, up to you, really. You be the judge. No, Logue? I mean, yes, actually, but I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about if it deserves a second plus. see the bombs also obey gravity like I do. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Hide it back. So I turn the question around to you, J. Palmer. What's a game you enjoy leveling at? Animation, like under story. Hey, Rhea. I hope you have a good day, whatever your day entails. Early vanilla WoW. I know what you meant. I doubt anybody enjoys the hell levels. WoW vanilla. I shouldn't say that. Of course, someone now is going to be like, I love leveling through the hell levels in WoW vanilla. As I say, anybody in chat, what's something you enjoy leveling in? I think 11. So, okay. Kingdom Hearts 2, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3. You mentioned FF12. WoW. Retail WoW. Cyberpunk. I don't even remember leveling in Cyberpunk. This is the Ect. These are the Ect boxes from now on. Forevermore. That's just what these are now. No. Like any game in which you do. So I call it leveling. But that's because I don't have a better word for that, because English. What all leveling means is doing a repetitive task that you enjoy. That's it. So, a repetitive task that you enjoy. That's true. Excuse me. Dakota is correct. Progression does need to be involved. And yeah, if you don't enjoy it, then it's grind. And that's it. That's the distinction. Yeah, I was thinking about FF5 as well, but honestly, I don't really enjoy grinding in FF5. I'm a little frustrated because obviously I tried rushing it, but then I was like, you know what? I usually try rushing it. I'm going to swallow my pride. I'm going to nice and slow, and then I died. I did it your way, game, and it still didn't work. And that's the point at which I usually put a game down. To be quite honest with you. Okay, I could just go grind, double my current value in bolts in order to get some armor. I think I want this next. Oh, there it came. Nope, I'm wrong. It's this time. It's the bouncer's time to shine. That's strange. God damn, I got hit like once, and my health is just gone because they hit like a truck. And no continues, of course. I probably shouldn't have jumped there. I did that purely out of instinct. I thought I was about to you know, die from it. A well-timed heal. I will not complain about that. So I was already at like half health. Oh, come on!
This isn't Fizzwidget.
Would you like a free proto-pet sample? Available today.
Where is he?
Freeze, knuckleheads!
Oh, no.
The two of yous are under arrest for attempting to bump off Mr. Fizzwidget.
But this isn't...
Save it, Fuzzy. You're not fooling anyone. You and your metal buddy just earned yourselves a trip to our new prison. Watch this.
Here's an advert for it.
Prison would like to wish you a happy incarceration. After a poolside orientation, all new inmates will meet one-on-one with a galactic nutritionist. This professional will ensure that you're eating a species-appropriate diet for your entire stay. Next, come check out our fitness spa with your personal trainer. Remember, a prison term can feel twice as long if you're not in proper shape. And for those times when you're just feeling blue, come talk it out with one of our 10 full-time life coaches. They'll help you find your smile again. Thugs for Less Prison. Experience the maximum in security.
What'd you think of that?
That didn't seem so bad. I assume you have provisions for vegetarians.
Of course. Vegan or fruit. Wait a minute. You, take them away. And impound their ship, too.
But I was gonna get the bolt. It was right there. The dick move, game.
Hey. Sorry. I have thoroughly analyzed our surroundings, and I'm afraid that there is absolutely no means of escape. Except that
Someone's got a girlfriend.
I will be right back.
Don't, stop for anything along the way.
Look, I'm going to have wild Robo Sex with my Robo girlfriend in my Robo bed, okay? I'll upload it to Robo fans. Well, you get a USB cable, and then they sit there motionless because it's all in their heads. When did nanotech become overused? I don't know.
Bot acquired. Use it to hammer objects.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the MCU as well, because I was trying to think when nanomachines started irritating me. And the only thing I came up with was Iron Man's nano suit. Well, that's not true. There was also the nano transformers, which irritate the hell out of me. I mean, yeah, it's at that point it's just a magic suit of magic, and it's like, okay. Didn't really bother me in Metal Gear Solid 4. Really didn't bother me in Revengeance. I suppose Terminator overused it a bit, but I also didn't actually watch those Terminator films because I respect myself too much for that. Out of curiosity, what happens if I tell him to do this? Okay, that's what I thought. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 5 feels like a game built for co-op. It's kind of weird that it doesn't have it already. Geez, spoilers, J. Palmer. Also something they put in the trailer. As a reminder, they put the big twist of the entire film in the trailer. I know we make fun of that, but it's actually pretty rare that the big twist is in the trailer. I can only think of it happening twice off the top of my head, and that's one of those examples. The other one is that, there's a Nicolas Cage film during a casino, and there's like this huge plot twist in it, which I'm not going to spoil for you. The entire plot twist, which completely changes the framing of the entire film, is in the trailer, and it's just like, oh my god, guys. I don't remember the name of the film, though. Did you kill my bot? Why'd you kill my bot? Why'd you kill my bot? He did kill my bot. Actually, who did it? Hang on, let's find the. It was J. Palmer. I knew it. No, the Dark is not next. Yeah. I'm kind of playing it very by ear right now. Because I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Never mind a week from now, which irritates the hell out of me, because I'm the kind of person who is organized enough to plan out my schedule months in advance. What's 2 Point Hospital? That's a good question. So, once upon a time, there was a man with a dream. A dream to make management sims. And then big corporate executives, this actually isn't really a joke. Then big corporate executives were like, you know what, we're evil. And nobody likes management sims. So all those people were fired. Then they went off and made their own goddamn company and said, screw you, we're doing it anyways. That is something that might happen, Darkrai, unironically. Yeah, and lo and behold, people bought the games because people like management sims. Weird. Yeah, 2 Point Hospital is the very first of the Dealer's Choice games. Speaking of which, sorry, I meant to say something. Let's get on camera for just a second. Why don't people like the Ratchet, or excuse me, the Clank sections? Real question. I'm not. There's no perspective here. I'm just curious. I don't have an agenda. I don't know, we have plenty of explosions. Because, see, to me, what these are breather sections. And pretty decent breather sections, actually. I like messing around with the bots, and I like the breather section pace. And it's also worth noting, they're not too long. That's important, too. If these were much longer, they'd be irritating. They're not. So, I think I agree with you completely, Act. Plus for the for the Clank sections. Like, I legitimately don't know what people are on about. Those are fun, interesting little side games. They are the definition of Princess Peach sections. Different gameplay, different style, to keep the pacing going. That's a very important part about gameplay pacing. Like, sure, Logue. I don't get it. I'm sorry. You're looking at this delicious bowl of ice cream and going, oh God, look at this ice cream. It's so sweet and delicious, and I enjoy every moment of it. Oh God, it did get it away from me. And I'm just sitting here going, for the record, I was much less positive about them back in the first game. Because they really took too freaking long. They were just too sloggy in the first game. But here, it's a nice... I mean, I even screwed up on that one, and still, that only took me, what, 5 minutes? Yeah, it's always about implementation. Yeah, 10 minutes at the high end. Okay, so we got the plasma coil, we've got the spider bots, we've got the hover bomb, we've got the Zodiac. Words cannot describe the devastating force of the Zodiac. And the shield charger. Ugh. Yeah, interesting. Whoop, what's my gun? What's my gun? What's my gun? I'm already at the point where the freaking rocket launcher doesn't one-shot things. Yes, this is acceptable. What has just happened? Try for the lava there, boys. Hey, Act. This is for you. No, I'm kind of getting similar vibes. Although, obviously, they take better care of their people here. The prison ship in Mass Effect 2 was awful. And very for-profit. Although, I guess this is probably for-profit as well. So 5 is the first one on the PS3, right? Am I remembering correctly? Yeah, a private prison that isn't awful. What in the world? Okay. Nobody counts Secret Agent Clank. Yeah, exactly, as Maristar. I mean, it's an old argument, right? Does Final Fantasy Legends 1 count as a Final Fantasy game? The answer is, of course, no, it does not. I'll admit that gets gradient at a certain point. It was from the Recruit Jack mission, just as a fresh reminder. Yeah, it's one of the first ones you can accept. I try not to discount something as being part of a franchise just because of its quality. Chain of Memories is still a Kingdom Hearts game. I even think FF13 is a Final Fantasy game. But the point is that if we count games that have the franchise name at the title, then the list quickly becomes stupid because branding exists. Yeah, Shadowlands is still WoW. To use a much worse example. But you know what isn't WoW? Warcraft Rumble. Having a consistent work schedule. I mean, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. God! No, No, don't be sad, Evo. It was a joke. It was a joke. Okay, you want... Okay. Real advice. Not like joking or memeing or personal advice. Because I know what I do doesn't work for other people. Most people can't work 9 hours a day, 7 days a week without many issues. So, what I recommend is to have pacing. Now let's talk about what pacing means for a second. Let's try to figure out what the game wants from me here. Maybe I just need to do this and give myself a ramp? It is. What is he balancing on? That's not physics. No, Velcro Blade. Good example. You need pacing. So pacing is all really what when we say pacing, what we actually mean is variety. It's just variety doesn't quite get across the same overall vibe. Story pacing is about making sure that there are moments that are varied. You know, breather sections, intensity sections, mystery sections, character sections, private sections. It's all about the variety, right? Same thing with gameplay, right? In gameplay variety is when you have varyings like this segment right here, which gives you something to do other than running around blowing stuff up and dodging shots. That's pacing in a nutshell. The same thing absolutely applies towards productivity. If you just work on the same type of thing or the same thing over and over and over, you're going to have issues. Furthermore, wrong button. I meant to hit this one. There we go. Furthermore, if you in your real life do nothing but work, you're going to have issues. So, take a break now and again. Work on something else. Maybe something private for yourself. Maybe there's something you've always meant to do. Take a walk. Just chill for a bit. Take up crochet. Have a hobby on the side that you can interact with. This is the kind of stuff that actual companies have been using in order to try and push back against crunch culture, for example. No, Darkrai. In fact, the very company we're covering right now, who have been pretty anti-crunch for a while, probably because they overcrunched to hell and back in the day, along with Rockstar, actually, fun fact. If your job doesn't allow you to do it, then congratulations, capitalism has won. Go kill yourself. Suicide! Alright, so yeah, just try to have some kind of pacing in your overall life in order to try and do something that isn't just the same thing. Like getting a new wrench.
This out. Another wrench.
Just in the middle of the prison. Why is there a wrench here? Sorry, Evo, I didn't mean to throw a wrench into your question. I don't take my own advice because of motivation, not because of pacing. Big difference. Who's the worst about crunch in gaming now? Because a lot of companies have been pushing against it lately. Probably some Japanese company, if we're being honest with ourselves. Interesting. Nintendo is notoriously very anti-crunch now. They have been pretty much ever since Iwata said, yeah, enough of that nonsense. And I do give him full credit for that, because he championed that idea. Okay, real talk. Who's the FF14 team? Is that Group 4? Oh my god, die. Jesus. And I'm back here. Group 3. Group 3 might be the worst about crunching that I know about right now. Those people are overworked. I'm sorry. Holy crap. How many games have they been working on while making an MMO? I know it's only like 2, but still. That's a difficult question to answer, Lord Armand, because no matter what answer I give, like, that's a charged question. That's basically asking me to paint a target on my face for anybody who likes this game. To just decry me as being terrible at games and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I have no problem with actually putting myself out there, unlike some people, so... Bullcrap. This is actually a pretty bullcrap game in terms of difficulty. And I can actually objectively point to why. It's not the health, it's... Well, okay, it is kind of the health. Let's talk about 3 things. I've actually given all 3 things a negative, by the way. So, first... The damage the enemies do is ridiculous even when you get armor upgrades. There are a couple of games that do this, but they really, really want you to have those armor upgrades. It's very clear. Which brings me to point 2, the health they have. I am already at a point where my freaking rocket launcher I just got last world, it takes 2 shots to kill things. Which brings me to point 3. Point 3 is a weird one, but it definitely adds to the problem. Feedback. This game, the first game had the exact same problem for the exact same reason. There's a weird lack of feedback problem. In terms of when you hit, when you are hit, how much damage you do, where your health bar is, whether the enemy is vulnerable or not, etc., etc. Like, there's just a lot of lack of reaction in sound and in visuals to indicate something has happened. Yeah, the enemy briefly flashes red, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not like there is no feedback. There is obviously feedback, but especially in the middle of a combat zone, I have found several times where I've just completely lost track of what's going on because of that.
Run into your little friend out there?
I do not know what you mean.
So anyways, Clank just got laid. Now, for a full discussion on Robo Sex, what's interesting is that sound right there is quite distinct and immediately something you could pull apart in the middle of even like a combat scenario when there's tons of noise and tons of flash. You can always hear that sound because it's very high pitched and pierces through most other sound registers. Oh no, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Hang on. I'm gonna go with Isalona. Am I terrible? Either way, hi, welcome to the stream. Feel free to
Must be deactivated to access your ship.
tell me I'm terrible and hate me. It is something I hear every day of my life. I think I will not buy the next armor upgrade in order to save for the next armor upgrade at this point. I mean, it's not like I have access to an armor thing anywhere nearby anyways. But yeah, you can be a lurker if you want to, but you can also chat and hang out and tell me I'm awful and that I suck and all kinds of fun stuff. We're pretty cool around here. Even when I suck. Especially when I suck. Yeah, always follow Rule 0. Rule 0 always applies. J. Palmer giving me $5 always applies. It's probably even to Sky Odyssey, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and I don't remember. Damn it. I fail. I suck. So, J. Palmer says, I hate you lore, and definitely nothing else. So, Infinite Warfare. Halo, SPV3. Oh no, I get this. Let's call them negative comments on a literal daily basis at this point in my life. Sky Odyssey, that's the other one. Thank you, J. Palmer. Now, the only ones I delete is when someone is trying to be a dick to someone else. I actually got someone. This pissed me off. I got someone who was responding to a comment Jesse Gender left in one of my, I think it was one of my Enterprise videos, to bash her. And, like, what kind of diseased mind do you have to come onto one of my videos to bash her in a completely unrelated format? Yeah, don't you have anything better to do? Is this... Was it so necessary for you to spit your venom? You had to bother and go out of your way to accomplish that? What is wrong with you? Executive veto, okay. Every now and again there's a game that I just say, no, I'm not covering that game. That could be for any reason, but what it boils down to is I just straight up say, no. And that's it. That's all it means. Watch this commercial! Jeez.
Clank, I hope this gets through to you. I'm transmitting from the Thugs for Less fleet. This ship just returned from a megacorp distribution center, and I think I found the answer to...
Hey, who's there?
Meow!
Aw. Wait a minute. What are you doing here? Sending a message to your little pals, huh? Well, say goodbye, boys. Take her to headquarters.
Whoa! Did you see that?
Yes, Angela knows how to defeat the proto-pet.
And?
And she does a terrible cat impression?
And we have to rescue her from the thugs.
Agreed. We need that answer.
And we have to protect her.
Okay. I will upload the coordinates.
Why is Clank being weird all of a sudden? What the hell? Weren't you the hero last game? I know we've kind of flipped the script a little bit here. Oh god, you're right, Rex. That's actually literally the answer to that question. Clank has the evil virus. No, he has the dick virus. As I say, we didn't go this way last time. I mean, James Arnold Taylor's legit. Except in FF10. Alright, so, let's see here. Honestly, even that's being facetious. He still shows... How do I phrase this? Speaking as a voice director, if I had heard his performance as Tidus, I would say he shows promise as an actor. And it's worth noting, I would be right. He is a great actor. And you could tell he has acting chops in FF10. I'm not going to say he put in a good performance because I'm not a good liar. But you can tell the talent is there, right? This is one of the reasons I distinguish between voice acting and voice directing when it comes to review. Because you can usually tell the difference.
Hey, I know those pants.
Consarn it! Here's the problem.
Excuse us, sir. What are you doing here? In this galaxy?
I can't control where things break. I just fix them.
Surely someone in this galaxy could...
Shh! I know that, but they don't. I get triple time and travel expenses.
Ew. What's that?
Some dead-burned fool flushed this perfectly good Quark action figure. Sure, it's a little ripe, but look at that craftsmanship. You want to buy it?
Yes.
There you go, pal. See you in another year or so.
What did he mean by that?
Was he in 3? And did 3 come out in 2004? That's great. Oh, way too late. I'm probably gonna die now. Yep. Wait, am I Nope, I'm on this side now. Okay, whatever. I mean, it's only a 2-week trip to another galaxy, as we discussed yesterday, with how absolutely bonkers that is. Oh, God. 3 was crunched, huh? But isn't 3 the first good one? But you know what I mean. Are we done? We appear to be done. You know what irritates me most about crunch? It's actually the exception, but every now and again, crunch puts out some really, really good games. And that's irritating to me. Okay, so... One second, I need to write something down. Yeah, Witcher 3, Super Metroid, Diablo 2, Halo 2, Dragon Age Origins, arguably. Mass Effect 2, definitely. FF12 didn't have crunch more than usual. FF12 just ran out of time. It's a little different problem. Maybe they should have crunched more. Burn their lives away for their art. Don't do that. Hey, Evo, don't do that, okay? Your life is worth more than your freaking art. Your art is amazing. Okay? I know you're the only one in the world who hasn't realized you're a good artist. But don't do that. It's worth noting that most of the time crunch doesn't work. Most of the time crunch puts out something that you can tell was crunched. In fact, Donkey Kong Country Returns. We just covered that. Even ignoring the obvious lack of quality of some of the later stages, cough, cough, World 8, the fact of the matter is you can literally tell when the level design just stopped. And they just started kind of copy-pasting the same type of obstacles over and over and over to pad it out. And it's really obvious in Returns because then every now and again you'll have a stage which is just kind of amazing, and you can tell that they actually put some time into one of those stages. And yeah, to go back to Super Metroid, which is one I could speak to specifically. Was it here? Oh, God. I don't remember where it was. They were literally sleeping in the office. They would work, lay down in sleeping bags under their desks, get up, and go back to work. That was how Super Metroid was made. Now, Super Metroid is one of the best games ever made, but god damn it. That should not have worked. Swamp, swamp, swamp. Swamp, 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 swamp. Swamp, 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 swamp. Swamp, swamp, swamp. Oozla. Okay, going to Oozla. Interesting factoid. War Within is the first expansion in WoW made without crunch. Make of that what you will.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
I was told to come here, Dream Whisper. No, it shows. It really, really shows. Even Dragonflight still had some crunch in it because it was under development during Shadowlands when the The office was still on, recovering from being on fire. Let's make sure we have some ammo, which I think we do. Oh, right. Loke asked me to do something. There you go, Loke. Sorry, Loke. I honestly spaced for a minute. But yeah, crunch could go to hell. Here's the thing. I was arguing for a while that we need to distinguish between two types of crunch. Because there's self-inflicted crunch, and then there's mandated crunch. And mandated crunch is universally bad. It is something that has no right to exist. What is this, Dark Souls boss? Thanks, Cat. Appreciate you. Oh god, he literally does act, you're right. Game? You want to shoot at this guy? Oh, camera, camera, camera! Oh my god, camera. Work with me, not against me. Oh, come on. Ah! God damn it. Well, we're out of guns here. And dead.
Thank you.
Ah, if only I had the lava gun. Yeah, self-inflicted crunch is not as bad. It isn't. But it doesn't make it good. The well of bad goes down much further than most people think. In all things. Hello, cat. Dear, just... I wonder how much damage the shotgun actually does on something like this. You know, the gun I refuse to ever use again. Yeah, that sounds about right. Couple days to beat the final boss of Ninja Gaiden. I mean, it's a shotgun. It's probably decent damage. What's the box breaker? It didn't even tell me what it is. What's the box breaker? Okay, this upgrade to the Omni Wrench allows you to use your overhead attack and break nearby boxes with a special blast. Okay. Of course, I have nothing nearby to test that on. Okay.
And shoes are required when shopping at Megacorp. Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us.
Interesting. But it didn't break those blocks right there, right in front of me. See around, J. Palmer. There it goes. There's your range. That's not actually as big of a range as I would assume. Oh well. Okay, so now I'm going to... Wait, this is Swamp. Now I have to go back to what's-his-face. And I definitely know where he is. I have it memorized. Completely. Definitely. Okay. Anyways, negative for that boss battle. Hi, Colgrim. I actually meant to do this. I mean, well over half of them at this point, Loke. But I don't have an exact number for you. I didn't do the double boss, and I didn't do... Let's see, I didn't do the double boss, I didn't do the endless wave. I don't remember what was in the second arena, but I think those are the only two I missed in the first arena. Okay. Am I misremembering? I thought there was a zip line. Whatever. There was a sheep here. There isn't now. So hope we don't push it through the universe again. Why are none of my turrets shooting at this guy?
Cool. Mwah. I'm taking the captain home before the humidity gets to him.
Maybe wash that before you kiss it.
The armor magnetizer is now active. Bolt pickup range is increased.
Like, remember, we just got that out of a sewer pipe. It's a skill point load, which I don't care too much about. He doesn't even know that. I know buyer beware and all, but really? Yeah, okay. Wow, he was ready for that. He was hungry for that. I like how it missed that one. If he dies, he dies. Alright, where was the arena? Let's go back to Arena 1. Let's see how we fare. Here we go. No, watch, I'm just gonna get mulched. Hang on. I keep having this stupid thing equipped. I don't care about it, so we'll go ahead and switch back to the Seeker, just so I have something else there. Just another gun. Or I guess I could switch to the mini nuke. Eh. At the very least, I want to keep leveling it, see what its upgraded form is. Arena. This way, I think? Maybe? No? Straight. Okay, straight it is. Alright, can I do it? Yes, okay.
Choose your battle.
Okay, did that. Oh yeah, the limited challenge weapon. I'm not doing that. Alright, 2 bosses at once. Let's do it.
Chainblade. I've got my money in the law banks with Spud. Chainblade's really got his hands full with this one. I can't believe what I'm seeing! The B-2 brawler is down and out. The brawler's got all he can handle.
Wow.
Chainblade has been defeated.
Okay.
You are the winner.
So that just leaves the endurance challenge and the one I'm not doing. 20 rounds. Oh my god. Okay. Come on, group up. Group up. Group up.
That'll leave a mark.
Group up.
Where did this guy come from? I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, you know what?
I've got my money in the love act with Spud. This guy's on a rampage.
You gotta say it right. Rampage. Double kill. Except have the woman announcer sound vaguely more and more orgasmic each specific thing she goes up. Which game was that? That feels like that was Unreal Tournament 2003, but I'm not sure.
It's like watching a train wreck. Wow. That's gotta hurt.
60 rounds? Oh my god, that sounds terrible. I mean, think about it this way. 200k only buys me 1/7 of a gun I want. Is that really worth it? Is that worth the time commitment? Hell, that's barely worth... That's actually not even worth the next armor I want. While we're on the subject. Wow, came right in the middle of them there. Thanks for that. The first best armor is apparently 1.5 million. I mean, I've said it before, New Game Plus helps mitigate some of these kinds of issues.
We have a winner.
Ooh.
Choose your battle.
The ultimate challenge. Sure. That's this.
This guy's on a rampage.
Hey, Saber for life.
It's like watching a train wreck. Wow. The furry guy is on a rampage. Where did this guy come from? Returning to battle is everyone's favorite gladiator. He slices, he dices, and carves up a mean dish. Please welcome Chain Blade. I've got my my money on the long banks with Spunk. I can't believe it. Chainblade has been defeated. I don't care what galaxy you're from. That's gonna hurt. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I would have expected that to have more of an AoE to it.
Ooh, that'll leave a mark.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Rax on that. I think it's still a negative, even if it is eventually solved.
From the planet Cerebella comes a colossal creation. Stand back for the big and the brainy.
Having said that, that could also be a positive, depending on how New Game Plus goes.
The Brawler's got all he can handle. The B2 Brawler is down and out.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. I mean, I think I've said this before, recently, because Resident Evil has New Game Plus as well. I don't think I've ever seen a hypothetical perfect New Game Plus. In any game, ever.
Returning to battle is everyone's favorite gladiator. He slices, he carves up a main dish. Please welcome Chainblade. Chainblade's really got his hands full with this one. From the planet Cerebella comes a colossal creation. Stand back for the big and the brainy. Let's give it up for the B2 Brawler. You have won the ultimate challenge. Congratulations! Choose a battle and win a prize. See you later.
If I could ever stop sneezing and answer you, oh my god. Okay, so perfect New Game Plus, right? Actually can't jump on this thing. Go figure. First of all, All of these features have to be in simultaneously. Everything can carry forward. Difficulty can be changed. You can have chapter select. And this is the thing that almost everything fails at, everything I just mentioned is toggleable. Hypothetical. Let's say I want to... Progress items don't count. That's separate. That's not what I mean. So, let's say, for example, that I want to do a New Game Plus in Devil May Cry 5, and I want to carry forward just my red orbs, nothing else. So, you know, all the weapons I've upgraded. Or no. Red orbs and weapons. So I carry forward those, and I pick this exact level, and I go do that level with those things carried forward into that playthrough. Or let's say I'm playing Chrono Trigger, and I want to carry forward just my items, but not my levels or my tech. And I want to jump forward to Magus's lair. Stuff like that, right? That would be a hypothetical perfect. The closest anything has ever come is Diablo 3. And even Diablo 3 doesn't actually have the toggle. It's funny you say that, because from a programming perspective, it would be very easy to do. In fact, it would take almost no additional work on top of existing New Game Plus. So, don't take a hit. Look out below. 90 enemies, 90 seconds. Yeah, adding a toggle for what things it carries forward is incredibly easy from a design perspective. If you've already... So, having New Game Plus at all is actually reasonably challenging. That's the kicker, right? If you already have New Game Plus programmed in, if you've already sat down, put the time and effort and work into designing a New Game Plus and designing your game around New Game Plus, everything else I just mentioned is just bonus points. But nobody does it. Nobody bothers. This could be a controller situation again, where everyone's like, here's your New Game Plus, have fun. Because there's actually a lot of gradient to what you can carry forward in these kind of games. Ranging from awesome to completely not worth it. Oh, this is the don't get hit challenge. Right. Alright, let's try that again. So, that's actually a valid question, Rex. And the easiest way to do that would be to say that the save that you carry stuff forward, it freezes it in. In other words, let's go back to that Chrono Trigger example. Let's say I have a save that I just have sitting there at the end of the game, and that's what I've been pulling my New Game Plus out of. Oh, bull crap. Alright, I'm going to immediately give up on this. So... Excuse me. So the idea there would be you'd have to keep that end game saved in order to new game into whatever. But any new progress you make in those new games isn't going to carry forward because you didn't carry it forward. So continuing into the truly, no, really perfect New Game Plus. What would have to happen is there would have to be in a concept of, for lack of a better way to put it, an account save. And, hang on, I'm not done yet. Whenever you are... How do I phrase this? Probably the easiest and most intuitive way to do this would be to have something where you can either select a save to never apply to the account save, and that's just an account agnostic save. Or, when you actually go to do the save itself, there's a toggle somewhere in the options which just says, hey, I want this to apply all of its progress to the account. Going back to Chrono Trigger for a second. You have farmed 56 speed tabs. Congrats. Now, those speed tabs are in your account save, so those are just locked into your account. However, you want to do just a normal playthrough, but you want to do it New Game Plus. So you start a New Game Plus, you start up a new save, and you say, do not apply this save to the account. So any progress you make in the speed tab less save doesn't go into the overall box. By contrast, the other thing you can do is just doing a normal New Game Plus. You could then say, yes, I want this stuff to dump into the box. No, I don't, and that's just a toggle in the menu. Most games don't do anything even close to what I'm talking about. Most games pretty much rely on you keeping a save that you New Game Plus from. FF10-2 and Chrono Trigger being the easiest examples of that. In both cases, if you, for whatever reason, overwrite your New Game Plus save that is like your 5th playthrough of the game, then it sucks to be you, because it's gone.
He's keeping his ground.
I'm going to save for now, I think, Decked. Let's see where we go with that. Actually, that's a good question. Do bolts carry forward in New Game Plus? That's another thing. It's kind of weird the stuff that does and doesn't carry in some games is New Game Plus.
Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize.
Use only wrench? I've turned into Gamer Girl. Gamer Champ, excuse me. Gamer Champ.
He's massacring them.
Then there's the wrench don't get hit challenge. I think it was 9 waves. Something like that.
Ratchet is keeping his ground. Ooh, that's a stinger. Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize.
Lancer all enemies in 60 seconds.
Oh, look at him go. Ratchet is keeping his ground.
God, that damage is so bad. Oh my god.
He's massacring them.
And out of time.
Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize.
Oh, I succeeded. I actually thought I failed. The impossible challenge. Nah, I'm good. Let's see how long this was. 5 rounds. Excuse me, it was 5 rounds. Have I mentioned that this is my favorite gun in the game? Even with the damage drop-off.
Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize!
Okay. That's everything except for the one I'm not doing. Oh, never mind. There's actually a new one. Sure. But first, buying ammo.
Megacorp is pleased to welcome a returning champion. He slithered his way into all of our hearts. Please give a round of applause for Mega P.
Look at those missiles following him. Look at that! I knew what you meant. I'm just pointing out how stupid that was. Yes, Lord Paramount. That is the point I was making. I can't tell if damaging his parts is actually even doing anything when they fall off.
Goes to Ratchet and the metal guy.
Yeah, that sucked. Kill Mega Pete in 3 minutes. No, I'm good. I'm sorry, Act. I think I'm good.
See ya.
Okay, so that's the 2 arenas, and we got the bolts thing. Now we progress, I think. I don't remember anything else in my to-do list. Bolt. I mean, it's a game that had, by my own estimates, about an 8-month turnaround. Which, yeah. How the hell, Blade to Fall? How did you... You gotta share that. I mean, you don't have to, but like, how the hell? Alright, let's go save... Oh god, I forgot her name. Actually, yeah, Act.
I detect thugs for less ships at 1 o'clock.
It's payback time.
No. No! No! Whatever. See, that's why movies don't actually use dice to determine how the plot goes, usually. Alright, the heroes get on the ship, and they're eaten. What? Yeah, the movie's over. The heroes just got eaten. What? Yeah, the heroes, they're dead. They just got eaten. Yeah, Ratchet just slammed into a wall, apparently. What? Yeah, he's dead. Ratchet's dead. Game over. Space wasps. I've decided to destroy this entire galaxy.
Well, it looks like the thugs moved Angela out of this quadrant. See if you can pick up any transmissions on the deep space channels.
What is your problem? I'm trying to make a living here, and you 2 losers keep lousing it up. Ratchet and Clank, isn't it? Look, if you 2 don't hightail it back to your own galaxy, I'm gonna blast you into so many pieces you'll need a, Well, there's gonna be a lot of them. I can tell you that. So you two hit the road and don't bother trying to find me, cause I've got wind. I mean, I'm like the wind. You never know where I might show up next. And I blow hard, and I can be cooling on a warm summer day. Well, you get the idea. Goodbye, morons!
Does he realize he has just transmitted his exact location?
If not, he's about to find out.
So, question. Why is he the main villain? We're pretty far through this game. And he is clearly the central villain. He's probably not the one behind everything. That's probably Senior, Mr. Evil, corporate guy. But, like... you know? Because they didn't have a writer. It is weird how many questions that answers. Oh, this is the Hell World? Wonderful. I've been looking forward to putting up the cheat flag for a beloved classic. Let's go ahead and grab some saves while we're here. Also, this is speaking purely personally, but I've noticed the brickwork has been slowly getting worse. Like, it's not bad, it's just, it was actually really solid in some of the earlier stages, and now it's just kind of like, eh. It's here. No, that couldn't have been crunching on this game. The Zodiac, my beloved. But no. Yeah, like that lava sea is just, really? Honestly, for a second, I didn't realize it was lava, because usually when someone conveys lava, there's like some kind of viscosity to it, for lack of a better way to put that. That just looks like orange soda. Hell, Mario 64 had better lava than that, and I guess I mean that as an insult. Again, I'm not going to dig in for it, it's just, you've noticed I've stopped giving brickwork positives. That's why. I look forward to hopefully finding places to give brickwork positive in the future. But for now, death. No! How would I get up there? Well, I'll say this. I don't think there's a point in the PS4 game where I wouldn't be giving brickwork positives. By memory, of course. I know everyone hates the PS4 game, but that's the only one I've played after this point, so it's all I've got to go off of. I'm actually curious how the PS4 game is going to score story-wise now, too. I mean, I just mentioned brickwork. Why? Like, the red thing I can understand, but if I jump over the red thing, I just die instantly. Like, that's just a kill plane. Why? I couldn't even tell you what's killing me. I mean, obviously it's a kill plane, but like, what? Like, maybe have some arcing electricity going through the building? Maybe make the whole thing the red glowing things that look like they're superheated or something. Like, why did that kill me? Again, I know that's a minor complaint, but why did that kill me? Hello, officers. Well, I don't want to waste ammo, Act. I would hate to waste ammo in a Ratchet and Clank game. Oh, that reminds me. I've only got 3 rounds left, so I have to be very careful with them. Now there's the 250 one. And I kind of do want it. And by kind of, I mean, I really want it. All I need is another 100,000 bolts. Okay. Tanks. Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier. Nope, too far away. That was a pittance of experience. I was expecting a whole bunch for killing a tank with one of those things. Like, the whole reason I bothered, I was like, I could level up the Seeker here. Nope. Okay. Why are all the thugs for hire the same species? I mean, I know the answer to that question. I guess I should shut up. Apparently I go that way. Well, apparently getting body blocked in the middle of a bunch of enemies was not the winning strategy I thought it was. Did he shoot after he died? I'm gonna have to check the VOD for that. I feel like he shot after he died. I believe you, Adam Ciuta. I was gonna check the VOD myself, because it's like, wait. Hold up. Okay, yeah, the tanks do weirdly little damage. And both the guys and the tanks take a ton of hits to kill them. Clearly I should have just done the impossible challenge. Alright. Oh god, that stun locked me. Wasn't ready. Hello, Elizar. Ah, hello, Zar. No.
What's so funny?
Nothing, I guess. Prepare to die!
Okay.
Catch this! It's like hide and go seek. You hide, my missiles sink.
Oh my god, the controls on this turret. Oh my god, the controls on this turret. What is wrong with that? Like, it resists movement, and then if you don't keep moving, it just stops dead. It's the weirdest thing. It's like someone rusted up the joints of the turret, if it was a real turret. Also flashing lights warning.
Stay still!
I just had to check his health meter to see if I was doing damage at all. And I am. Really slowly.
get you, Ratchet. Here I come. Dance, punk, dance. I'd fight you with my bare hands, but it's a lot easier this way. Catch this! My ex-wife used to call me a sore loser. Well, I'm in the winner's seat now. Try to dodge this! Get ready to feel the burn!
Okay, I can damage him, but that does not do a lot of damage. Ugh. Can I bust his missile launchers? Like this is, you know, a different game.
Dance, punk, dance!
Have we seen the entire fight? Just be straight with me. Oh, wow. Okay.
Give up now, Ratchet, and I'll spare you a painful death.
Are there any heals in this arena? Asking for a friend. Also like how he doesn't have a walk animation. That's even better.
Get ready to feel the burn. You can run, but
See if we can find them, because I'm getting pretty low.
me, bye, boom, bam. I'm gonna crush you like a little bug.
Okay, well I see some. But he's in the direction of the health, so I'm gonna go this way. He's gonna get in my way. Of course he is.
I'm coming to get you, Ratchet. Here I come.
Oh, we hit it a while ago. Right. You're right, though. I should have been keeping track.
Go seek, you hide, my missile sink.
He really does. He has no walking animation while he's moving around in this phase. At an absolute minimum right now, I'm thinking 3 negatives. Boss health, controls, and the irritation of him just spamming an attack on you, which you have to push back. You have to stop doing damage to him. I mean, that's probably what the dealer's choice is, right? But if you mean like my exact mood this exact second, I don't know. Listen, I just hate video games. That's what this is. mean, if I'm remembering correctly, Ratchet and Clank 1's golden number was like 20. What? Why? Admittedly, I haven't thought about it, Rax. I don't want to sound too negative, but right now I'm not thinking about games I really want to play, if that makes any sense. I mean, that is true. That has always been true. Games that try more have more chances to succeed and fail. I'm assuming there's no health checkpoints on a boss like this, right? Like, any failure means having to start over from the beginning. Yeah, I sort of figured. Whoop, 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 whoop. Damn it. Was that the $1 Million Man sound effect?
Catch this! Dance, punk, dance!
You know what this reminds me of? San Andreas. Points if you get it. For those of you who don't, since it's not like I got anything else going on right now. In San Andreas, there are the zero missions. Now here's the thing. Everyone hates the zero missions. But what's really fascinating about the zero missions, in an unusual way, is that no matter which version of the game you're playing, they suck. If you're playing on the controller, there's turret sections, which are really punishing and difficult to do, and the turret controls suck. And if you screw up at all, it involves having to start over from scratch. Those missions suck. But if you're doing the plane section, it's smooth, because the plane controls well on the PS2 or console.
Get ready to feel the burn!
But then there's the PC version, where the turret section is a joke. Yeah, I'll go and indulge in a save state. Where the turret section is a joke, and then there's the plane section I just referenced, which is absolutely terrible. Because the controls on the PC for the plane are binary, which is exactly as frustrating as it sounds. Oh, bull crap. Hang on, Elizabeth, this is an extremely bad time for questions. I do not want to start this boss fight over, especially since I think I'm out of health ups on the bottom floor. I didn't see any last time I was roaming. I didn't even see the question. Something about spoilers? Spoilers suck. Don't do spoilers, Elizar. Don't do it. No, no. Bad, Elizar. Bad. Make sure you vote, by the way, Elizar, if you haven't already. That also, I suppose, goes for everyone who is not Elizar. There we go.
It's like hide and go seek. You hide, my missiles sink. Try to dodge this. Catch this.
I'm gonna do one more sweep to see if I can find any healing items. I don't think there are any, but I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I am not seeing anything. It is Bregman, I'm telling you. Sorry, 6 million. I couldn't remember the number. Okay, where's my next turret? Looks like over... Oh, there's one right here. Holy crap. Actually, yes, this is my first time playing Ratchet and Clank 2. Yeah! Damn it. It's just a mean game. I don't know how you play this on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, this boss is too long. Hang on a sec. Stretch my fingers for a moment. What was your question, Officer? Let's see. Dear Lord, why do you suck? Well, it's because I can't beat this boss first try. Worst spoiler I've ever been spoiled by. You realize I literally can't answer that by default, right? This... Right? Like, I can't... Well, you see, it was his sled. What's the name of this guy? I guess this is just the boss. What is the name of this boss? What is the name of this boss? So I can write it down. It's apparently the Gigantomech, specifically. Okay, so we've got that, then we've got this. Well, I don't think we have enough ammo to try him on foot, but we can try it. If I could successfully hit him. Stop locking on to the space in between his feet, please?
After I'm done with you, I'm gonna take care of your little girlfriend. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? There I am when it starts to molest.
Okay.
Let me show you the latest and the greatest mech technology. You want something funny? I'll give you something to laugh about.
You know what this feels like? This feels like a boss that was made in 8 months. Not in this boss part, but yes.
Why won't you stay still?
You'd think fighting a gigantic skyscraper-sized mech would be more fun. Like, that sounds cool, right? Right. Okay, so now we pop out, so we don't take damage this time.
Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Get ready to feel the burn! Try to dodge!
But hey, Giant Clank, could you do me a solid, buddy?
5, 4, 5. I'm gonna crush you like a little...
As much as I love listening to Steve Blum, and I do. He's been looping his lines for like 5 minutes. Probably longer than that, actually. No, no! Am I enjoying myself on this fight? You know what I would have done? I mean, I know. Short dev time, limitations of the PS2, blah, 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 blah. Just hear me out for a second, though, right? So you'll jump around on these different little turrets, and first of all, fix the controls. But second of all, maybe add like a lock-on? That might help with the controls. Anyways, you lock onto different pieces of him and knock off pieces of him as you go. And so his attack pattern changes as you're getting rid of chunks of him. So he shoots these little homing missiles. And then you knock off his homing missile launcher, so then he starts, like, punching, and then you knock off his arms, and you get it, right? Basic boss design escalation, right? Then, as he's just like, ha ha ha, you can never actually break my central armor. I bought all real primo bucks for this. This is some of the best raritanium in the quadrant. And then you go, and they're like, what do we do? What do we do? And either Clank notices something or someone notices something, and they look over, and there's this freaking gauze rifle artillery cannon. And you see where that's going for the final phase, right? Actually, yeah, pretty much straight out of Resident Evil 3 Remake. Boom! So, fun fact, there's a quote that is misattributed to Miyamoto. There's a bunch of different variants of it. It boils down to, a delayed game can be eventually good, but a rushed game is bad forever. Something like that. Miyamoto may or may not have said that. That's actually more debatable. But the point is, it's usually attributed to him when, in fact, that's actually just a common industry phrase. In fact, that phrase goes back to the 70s. Now, it's funny because how many game companies don't actually adhere to that concept, but it's considered common parlance amongst developers. Yeah, fine. Anyways, I don't bring that up for any particular reason here. That's an interesting shot. Of course, both of his shots... Oh, no. Some of them are hitting the building. Thank God he's shooting the building instead of me. Is not something I thought I'd be thinking today. But here we are. Listen, we're going to need you to push out a product in the next quarter, because if you don't, by golly. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Oh no, there was Turbo Crunch. Lord, are you kidding me? Crunchzilla. In fact, I was actually looking into this. I didn't find much information when looking up Insomniac, but I did find out that, I can't remember the name of the company, and Rockstar, who apparently had a pretty strong relationship with Insomniac at this point, historically, were, like, sharing tips on crunching, for lack of a better way to put that. Oh, Jesus. I'm getting stuck on the sidewalk. Oh, God, I got stuck on the sidewalk. And we're, like, we're buddies, for lack of a better way to put it. Was it Naughty Dog? It was the three of them. It was whoever was making Jack, Rockstar, when they were in severe crunch culture,
Coming to get you, Ratchet.
and Insomniac, the aptly named. Oh, that would explain it. I didn't even find that out. Point being, crunch was a thing. Way too much of a thing. As I suppose it always is.
Coming to get you, Ratchet. Here I come.
Yeah, you've been hired to do a 40-hour work week, which of course means a 60-hour work week. No, you're not getting paid extra for it. That's just normal. Your life is your job now. What's that? You want to quit? Well, you better hire a lawyer to do that.
I'm gonna crush you like a little bug.
God, commute. Commuting is awful in any country. It's particularly bad in Japan. I know they have tons and tons of public transit, but it's still pretty terrible. Anyways, that's why you should vote for me for Emperor of the World. Vote for me. I actually give a damn.
My ex-wife used to call me a sore loser. I'm in the winning seat now.
You'll never have to vote again. Anybody who says overtime is necessary is a moron. Or lying. Take your pick. What the? Did that jump pad just vanish in front of me?
Dance, punk, dance.
That's a little bit different, act. If we're being honest, that's not really overtime in the strictest sense of the word. That's, there's an emergency. We've actually seen that in sanitation as well as medical. where sometimes you really do just need all hands on deck because there has been a disaster. And yeah, you best be paying those people for those extra hours they're putting in.
You okay, Clank? Great. Let's go.
Hello? Aren't you forgetting someone?
You can easily go through those bars.
After we free Angela.
Thanks. Now, before you run off, take a look
I
at
found a commercial you can watch.
Lizard Boy's pocket.
Log entry 4792. Returning from Megacorp's distribution center. I'm beginning to suspect that Megacorp has lied to me. The extra-large decorative paperweights being stored there might actually be an enormous supply of proto-pets. Which might explain why the whole facility is guarded by ravenous mutant creatures. Their warehouse ship may hold as many as 10 million crates, and with 100 proto-pets per crate, that could be as many as, 3.5 zillion proto-pets. A secret shipment that large can only mean one thing. Megacorp is up to no good. I will confront them as soon as possible and demand a bigger cut of the action.
Are they insane?
The galaxy is in far more danger than I had imagined. Do you suppose, Mr. Fizzwidget...
We've wasted enough time on Fizzwidget already. I swear that crazy old man is not the same person I used to work for.
Whoa. You used to work for Megacorp?
Yes, in the genetics division.
On the proto-pet?
On fixing the proto-pet's flaws. And I was this close to succeeding when Fizzwidget suddenly pushed up their release date.
Is it worth disrupting the proto-pet shipments?
It's a start. But to stop them for good, we're gonna need to break into Megacorp headquarters.
Break in? How?
I have an old Megacorp ID on my home planet.
We'll split up then. Clank and I will go to the distribution facility. You go grab the ID.
I mean, you're probably wondering why we're talking about corporations being evil. It's the game we're playing, guys. What do you want from it? It's literally the plot, such as it is. What world are we on? Angela Cross is the most terrifyingly evil, dangerous member of the Cross family. She's barely a character. I have no thoughts about her. That's not true. I have one thought about her. It's about the size of her boobs. Alright, so... Now that sounds like a joke, but actually, for real, the... That's just, Jesus Christ. The thought I had earlier... No, for real, hear me out. First of all, her totally, I'm definitely not a woman disguise, had a completely different body shape. And she's about like this. And I know rapping is a thing, but good lord. But the second thought I had is there's a really common thing in a huge amount of video games where women are portrayed with large hips and or large breasts, specifically so you know that they are female. Oh yeah, her height changed too. I know that sounds strange, but it's actually really common, especially in games with worse graphics, because that's how you can tell they're female, if that makes any sense. Yeah, there's actually a professional term for that. I can't remember what it is. Oh, not the Hartman hips thing. That's something else. Like, I've seen RTSs do this a lot, for example. How do you show that's a female unit? Because you're seeing the unit that's about this big on your screen, right? And my first thought was they were going for that with her, but then I realized that the camera is shoved right up into her face, like 3 feet away each time, and it's like... So I have no idea why they're doing that. Also, she's a Lombax and nobody cares. Which, okay. Yeah, another common way to demonstrate that they're female. Yeah, exactly, Mook.
See if you can find any more news on the proto-pets.
Hang on, watch this ad.
And now, Behind the Hero brings you the conclusion of our series on Captain Quark. As of this airing, the fugitive superhero has been missing for almost 6 weeks. Did he die heroically? Was he the victim of an overzealous fan? Or is he still out there somewhere? The galaxy may never know, but stay tuned for more baseless speculation and crackpot theories on Behind the Hero.
Well, no more Quark.
Good. It is almost time for Robo Chef.
Oh, I want to see Robo Chef. Come on. Anyways, what I was trying to say was a common technique. That looks cool. In a game where you don't want to sexualize your women, even accidentally, is to give them what's usually referred to as tertiary sexual characteristics. A very, very common thing is a bow. Wendy O. Koopa is a good example of that. Give them a bow, give them eyelashes, give them lipstick, stuff like that, right? I will take that as a compliment, Lord Hammermont, because that did not feel easy to me. No, I think it went into Frozen von Falkenstein because nobody put money towards it for 6 months. Which is the rule. Well, now I see the line in the skybox. I can't appreciate it anymore. Damn it! You ruined it! Yeah, sometimes guys get the V shape. In fact, Quark himself is a good example of how to code someone as masculine. Alright, what's my goal here? I guess there. Alright, let's do it. Didn't look that I was in range. Silly me. Also, Starfield still sucks. Enjoy some lunch, Lord Herman. Get something good. And I'm sorry that I suck. Let's see if this is in range. Never, Spartan. Give me a second. In a few minutes, the list will load. And then I could tell you what's on the frozen list that has your name on it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just short. Sure, act. That's what Earthworm Jim is for, Spartan. Alright, hold on. So... Stars and Shadow... Craft the World, and Anachronox. Nothing from Act. You know, this probably just says something about me, but I never noticed Miranda's ass until people put it out to me years later. Which is kind of a weird sentence in general when you think about it. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. Just half my health. There's DLCs to this game? Holy crap. They were way ahead of their time back in the PS2 era. And I knew Insomniac was kind of ahead of the curve, but damn. What says locked and loaded on Falkenstein? Like, where are you seeing that? Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, that's right. There was, like, opposition to the, puns, I believe. I remember reading about that. That's really interesting, because you see the game title is that on Twitch. It super isn't. I can actually see it right there. Ratchet and Clank going Commando. That is funny that it actually changes it for you. Because you're in Germany or wherever. I didn't see what killed me. How... Okay. That's wild, though, that they actually bothered to like, dynamically rename it. Like, here you go. We wouldn't want you to be bothered by such a crude, juvenile pun. Think of the children! Von Falkenstein! Why won't you think of the children? Yeah, me too, act. But I don't have enough, bolts for that. God, I couldn't think of the currency name. Hecht is over there just casual bragging. I'm just so good, you guys. I don't need armor. I just don't get hit. Yeah. Easy breezy, nothing to it. Oh, yeah. I do know the I only have one game vibe, though. Every now and again I go visit my aunt and uncle, and my uncle had an NES. And I was like, oh man, he's got an NES. That's something I could do while, you know, the adults are hanging out. You know which games he had? Because I remember distinctly. He had Double Dribble, Shadowgate, and Excite Bike. If you haven't heard any of those games, don't worry about it. But if you had, know my pain. Because that was it. That was your option. Want to play video games? Play one of those games. I'll give you a hint. We're reviewing Excite Bike and Double Dribble for the NES block. And the Excite Bike review will probably last about 20 to 30 minutes. Maybe. And a lot of that's going to be me discussing the history of Excite Bike. I think so. I don't know. Like, we've had some extraordinarily quick games so far. I don't think we've had anything that short. The NES block is really going to be kind of rapid-fiery in some of those games. Which is good. It'll be a nice break. Okay, so I really do have to start all the way over here? Yes, except I didn't see a platforming one. Still don't see a platforming one. These are all too tall. Why? I don't understand. Why is there a ton of death enemies down here if the goal is to just go over them? What's the point of that? I legitimately don't understand that. Like, okay, I'm sorry, I had to defend myself. This is a level, this is a layout, this is an encounter. The GM describes to the players, you land on a platform. There are several large containers in your way, and mutant crabs all over the place. Periodically, you'll see health pickups and ammo pickups. What do? Everything about this indicates go through the level, not go over it. I'm confused. What do you want to bet? That this was supposed to be a thing? And they were like, eh. Like, they had some issue somewhere, right? Doesn't matter what it is. They just had an issue with it. And they're like, all right, you know what? Here. Air pad. And you just go over it. Because it's literally, for those who don't know, it's easier to leave absent content in the game than it is to remove it. Like, it takes more effort to go in and remove content. That's true in a lot of things. So they probably just looked at like, fine, whatever, just leave it in. Put in a jump pad, that'll take like 20 seconds. We're about 50 away. Yep, 50,000 away from getting the armor. Oh, hey, our first checkpoint here. Jesus.
Go ahead. You'd be doing me a favor. Sure.
Oh, sorry. It's just, I thought you were one of
Them. Dear, dear, what I'd give for even an ounce of their feral ignorance.
A burden often accompanies self-awareness, sir.
Living with the abject savagery of one's own kith and kin is quite more than one can bear sometimes. No, the torment of it all.
I understand. I, too, am of a series designed to destroy.
Oh. In that case, I have something that may interest you. But may I first humbly request a meager few bolts for food?
Oh, god damn it. Well, I guess now I need 90,000 bolts to be able to afford the armor.
Lovely long time since I've eaten.
Did you just...
This is Ratchet reporting live from Algon City, where Protopet Mania is in full swing. For those who've spent the past week in hypersleep, the Protopet is Megacorp's wildly popular bioengineered pet. Adorable, non-allergenic, and housebroken, fans of the creature have dubbed it the perfect companion. Between the Protopet's surprisingly low price tag and its lightning-fast breeding cycle, there may soon be more than enough Protopets for everyone. Darla Gratch, Channel 64 News.
The entire population of that planet will be devoured.
Unless we get there in time.
Okay, well... Yeah, I'm with Ratchet. This galaxy blows. That is such a cool-looking ship. It's just a background thing, too. Or is it? Maybe I do go over there. Oh, I do go over there! Woo! Yep, we paid 40,000 credits. Bolts, excuse me, bolts. Camera? Camera. I don't even get to see the ship as I'm going towards it? Hang on. No. It won't. I can't move the camera. I can't move the camera during those cutscenes. You assholes! I wanted to see your cool ship, and you refused to let me see your cool ship on the way to it. What a dick move! Ah! That's it. They reached into the future and they were like, we've got a great idea. There's this one loser, okay? And we're gonna piss him off by making sure that he can't move his camera while jumping so he can't see our awesome ship we spent hours and hours working on. That way no one will ever see our secret chain. This is where they hit the bodies, see? I still haven't leveled this thing. Have you noticed that? God, those hit hard. That is 7 damage with my current armor. Probably Triaxia. I mean, wouldn't that make sense? See that or hyperspace, take your pick. I bet you they do... hang on. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. And I'm dead. Okay. Jesus, couldn't hit that guy. Sorry, what was that act? I couldn't hear you over me getting a health upgrade. I'll be honest, I started tuning out that X meter at the top. Not really on purpose, it's just... it's not my health. I like how they can attack you as a counterattack. Have you noticed that? Like, that's one way to make an enemy hyper-aggressive. Tell you what. That's a good question. I don't know the damage value of the wrench. Or anything, really, because nothing indicates that. Oh, no. It does not indicate damage. Damn, that would have been cool. Yeah, the plot is there's this evil mega corporation. It's called Megacorp. Okay, hang on. Looks like I want this one. Maybe? Maybe. No, it wasn't. I was lied to. No! No! At least that thing still does damage. Any corporation that controls an entire galaxy is probably a corporation I do not want to have anything to do with. Just on principle. It's okay, I'm sure there won't be a third galaxy in this series. It keeps being true, Noctis. Okay. Hang on. Why do health ups not heal you more, considering how much damage enemies do and how rare health pickups are? A lot of people rag on the health system in Mario games, but at least any power-up heals you to full, right? If I say yes, will it make you happy, Spartan? I'm surprised you haven't finished it yet. Honestly, it's not exactly a long show. I honestly stopped noticing the music. Sorry. After the second death by Plummet. I've noticed almost all of the music is very film, which is funny because this composer is most known for doing films and television. I didn't even see how much that healed me for. Well, that I understand completely, Spark. And we're dead. And we're all the way back here. What's the name of this level? No reason. Oh my god, I can get virtual discreet healthcare for men through Amazon. For... Why are you sending this to me? What? Well, obviously I haven't heard threes yet. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, Spartan. Or maybe just the region I'm in, or something. Hang on here. No, exit. There we go. I really hope the upgraded rocket has more damage, because as I've already complained about, this rocket has already fallen behind in damage output. Probably Loke, but go ahead and tell me anyways. I mean, if you gotta find out some way, there's worse ways to find out. What? I, like, beelined on that guy. I wasn't even aiming for him. Hang on. Chill Pangolin is trying very hard to get me killed. Chill Pangolin loves this stage so much, and they really want me to keep playing it. Actually, yes, you are, Wolverail. We even have precedents for that already. Same rules apply, though. I mean, there's invasive ads, and then there's invasive ads. We tolerate way too much invasive ads, honestly. In the back of my mind, I keep waiting for them to realize that they're actually losing money on invasive ads, and they just keep not realizing that. Which is really weird. I agree with that too, Mook. Hello, cat. Hang on one sec. Yeah, I've seen both of those, Luke. No, the executive producer guy is hilariously out of date with reality. So, Chill Pangolins putting that towards Thea. 2 actually gonna go. Stars in Shadow and Anactonox. Thank you, Chill Pangolin, as always. Having said that, I remember that even back in the 80s and 90s, the ads were pretty bad. They weren't as bad as they are now, but they weren't good. I mean, there were some amusing ads, but what I mean by that is the ad density was pretty bad. It was actually worse if you watch sports. I will never forget, I was watching football. Excuse me, American football. I love it. They just completely, they have no recoil. They just immediately attack after taking damage. Oh, shoot. I thought the enemies were all dead. That's cool. God, they're still spawning, because of course they are. I mean, yeah, of course it is, though. Water continues to be wet. Sorry for sounding dismissive, but honestly, yeah, screw them. I told you guys 2 years ago, at this point, during a lore week, back when that was still a thing, that we would be able to tell if Phil Spencer lost the battle inside his own corporate offices. I was right. So I was watching American football. It was with my dad. We were watching the Raiders versus, I want to, no. It was Raiders versus someone. Oh, Spencer's not a good person, Loke. That's not what I said. He was an executive who happened to be on our side. He has lost that battle, so he is no longer on our side. That's really all that boils down to.
What the? Hello.
Ratchet and Clank.
You lucky devils.
Angela Cross.
Has just sent you a galactic greeting.
Guys, if you get this message, please meet me on my home world. Just so you know, I found my old ID badge. I'm pretty sure we can still use it to infiltrate Megacorp HQ, but you're gonna have to hurry. Before the Protopets completely overrun us! Oh, and sorry for the balloonogram. It was the only thing I could get off this
We hope you enjoyed your galactic greeting.
That Angela is quite resourceful.
Yeah, she thinks of everything, doesn't she?
She also appears to be in great danger.
Okay, so I'm going to say something here. I'm aware of the fact that there's not many Lombaxes is kind of a plot point. I don't know the specifics, and I don't want to know. But I bring that up because, what do you want to bet that wasn't even decided this far back? Because she's just casually talking about going to her homeworld. And the way she says that clearly doesn't mean the homeworld of the Lombaxes. It's just the world she was born on, which implies she's the same as any other species, right? Like, you're a Corellian. Doesn't make that the homeworld of the humans, right? To use a similar concept. That's just amusing. I wonder how they're going to retcon that in the future. Anyways. So I'm watching football, and they had, I want to say, 20 seconds left on the clock for whatever quarter they were in. Might as well fill up everything here. How would I retcon this? Let me think about that. So they had like 20 seconds left on the clock, and we spent the next, I want to say, half hour as they very, very slowly went through those 20 seconds. Because what would happen is they would do like a play, and then call a pause, call a timeout, and then they'd run an ad break. And this is what this has to do with ads. And then they'd do another play, and then they call another ad break. And then they do it, and you get it. And I remember sitting there thinking, Jesus Christ, get on with it! What was especially unique about that moment is there's some valid, shall we say, tactics to trying to drag out your timer, especially in American football. Because you get X amount of pauses, and you can use them strategically, right? That's a whole thing, and anybody who knows American football is what I'm talking about. I call it gridiron. It just sounds cooler. So everyone who knows gridiron knows that. Thing is, that's not why they did that. In this exact case, there was no way for them to win. They were behind by, I don't remember how much, but a lot. And there was no possibility of victory. They were just dragging out the clock. So are they just doing it to troll? No. They were doing it so they could slot all the ads in for the people who had already purchased ad space. Where's it going to put me? Okay, that's not as bad as I was worried about. I wonder at what point will people realize that ads don't work? Bonus question. Do you think they already have realized that and just nobody wants to rock the boat? That was really strange. Did you see that? My momentum died completely in mid-jump. Wait, what am I wrong about, Luke? I mean, I'm wrong about a lot of things, so I guess I need to ask you to zoom in a little bit. Oh, you think ads work? Okay. I disagree. I'm not going to use any kind of tangential evidence for that. I did a study on that back at school. Ads were losing money. I proved that definitively. I don't know what else to add to that, so there you go. Camera angle. Where am I going? Oh my god. Okay, this way maybe? Yeah, ads and marketing, to be very clear, I use those words distinctly because they are different things. Good marketing is invaluable. Even if it's just a dedicated grassroots campaign or some really smart spreading of word of mouth. Hypnomatic part. What? What did I just get? I don't know what I got, and I don't know what it's useful for, but I'm just gonna go. So sorry, let me phrase my statement more clearly, Mook. If you looked at the math, the money spent on ads does not... I'm saying this wrong. The money gained from ads is less than the money spent on ads. There we go. Simpler way to phrase that. How much money do I have? Not enough. Ain't that always the way? Apparently, Tetrafiber blocks 33% of damage. If that's correct. It's okay. They found a way to make ads cheaper. They just have to have LLM-generated ads, which are basically guaranteed to not work. It's going to be city first anyway, so sure. Hell, you know what's sorry, to go back to the difference between marketing and ads. You know what is marketing? Sponsored videos. Now, those vary in quality. But at the very least, that is honest-to-goodness marketing. So if someone says, I recommend BetterHelp, then they're evil. But if someone says, there's this game that I'm being sponsored to play, then that may or may not be an actually decent game. But either way, that's not an ad. That's not what ads are. Okay. Yeah, I think I've said this story before, Mook. I don't know if you've heard this. There is a... Okay. There's a YouTuber I follow. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to... Jesus, that damage! Oh my god, I can't even move. There's a YouTuber I follow who covers strategy games, right? And I was watching one of his videos. This is actually like a year ago at this point. This isn't even as bad as it has gotten since then. No, my runs are actually very distinctly not sponsored. In fact, I have never done a sponsored run, and I never will. For the reason I'm about to lie out. So, this particular strategy gamer was playing this strategy game and mentioned that they were being sponsored by insert mobile crap here. Just for the sake of curiosity, I decided to look into mobile crap here. It was a mobile strategy game. Now, you're probably thinking, that sounds great, and if so, then you've never seen a mobile strategy game before, because they're all garbage. It is, in fact, I would argue, legitimately, non-facetiously, I would argue it is false advertising to call that strategy. The way that most of those games work is pretty formulaic. You have... Everything takes time to build, and once it's successfully built, it provides some basic stat benefit, and you only really have one stat. Like, you have your combat stat, and that's it. And all you want is your combat stat to go up. And... we're dead. And eventually, you know, you'll get to the point where you get blocked, because you can't really progress without spending real money on it, and that's when the PvP jumps in. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's not a strategy game. But that's what this guy was plugging. And he mentioned... Yeah, it's the mobile version of Farmville. Bingo. It's not actually a game. I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm not saying that because it's bad. It's not a game. There's no interactive part, right? There's no interactive element. You just let it do its thing. So this guy who covers strategy games was like, there's this game, and if you're like me and you enjoy classic RTSs and classic 4X games like Civilization or Age of Empires, then I think you'll like this game as much as I like this game, because I play this game all the time. And I was sitting here going, oh, okay. And it was that specific part that really caught me. Because either he's lying, or he actually does like this not actually a game. And either one of those is bad. So I just was kind of like, all right, and I never watched him again. yeah, I totally use this product that I am selling. No, you don't. Or if you do, that's actually worse. I try not to be too harsh about YouTubers having sponsors because, frankly, it's the only way to really make money on YouTube right now. But, okay, fine. Oh my god, there's aliens in the saucers. Why are we fighting this thing? What is this thing and why are we fighting it? But, at least don't lie to me, right? Don't straight up tell me, oh yeah, I totally use this product. No, you don't. Just be honest about it. You were paid for this. You do have to legally share that you were paid by this. This is a sponsored video. You can be sued for not saying that. Sure, Luke. Whatever you say. Guys, I think Luke is secretly evil. Okay, let me put it to you this way, Luke. Let's say there's a film critic you know who decides to go ahead and plug the recent War of the Worlds film. I don't mean as in a so bad it's good way. What? I mean just plugging it. Can you honestly tell me that you have any respect for that person's opinion about films from that point onwards? I don't see its health moving, like, at all. Okay, never mind. That time it did. Is that what's happening? God. I can barely tell what's going on here. Well, okay. Hey, okay. No, because Franbo isn't a disgusting game. In fact, if you remember, Franbo got a net positive. If you tell me that you unironically like... Of course, now I can't come up with a specific example because all the examples I can think of are terrible games that I go out of my way to avoid. See what I'm doing. No, Lotro's a perfectly fine game. Drakengard, you're completely missing the point, Loke, and it's honestly a little frustrating. You're arguing that I need to be tolerant of you 100% of the time, and that's wrong. There is such a thing as having bad opinions. There is such a thing as having wrong things that you like. What you are describing is not that. Drakengard is a video game. Lotro is a video game. Franbo is a video game. This mobile gotcha trash is not. If you legitimately believe... Yeah, thanks, game. If you legitimately believe that in... struggling to come up with an analogy here. That cats are more important than people. Okay, I don't care. If you legitimately believe that all black people should die, your opinion has stopped being valid. Make sense? Because that's not an analogy, really. That's the point. If I sit here and I tell you that Diablo Immortal is a great game that everyone in chat should play, then you should stop watching me immediately. Now, obviously, the severity scale is off, and I hate to go for something that involves actual death, but I couldn't think of anything more overt to make my point. Some opinions are not valid. Damn it, Rex! No, you caught me! Because, yeah, if I start plugging something that is gambling... No, I don't mean like the slot machines in games like we talked about yesterday. I mean gambling. Then there's something wrong with me, and I am actively doing you a disservice by trying to sell you something that is designed to rip money out of you in exchange for nothing. Ooh. Oh, there's a second row? Jesus. Like, if you say this is your favorite game of all time, we can disagree about that. That's a valid opinion because there's some validity to the opinion. If you tell me that you really love Ratchet and Clank 2 and you think it's one of the best PS2 titles you've ever played, and there's a lot of awesomeness to it, blah, 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 then that's cool. We can discuss that. We can debate that. We can argue that. Just gonna avoid that there. Or not. I'm going to not avoid that. God, my jump is terrible. Oh, Jesus, my jump is so terrible. Yeah, there's some merit, there's some debate, there's some opinion, there's some mentality. You actually think Ratchet and Clank 2 is the best PS2 game? Oh my God, you're clearly insane at Hitler. See, do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see the difference here? Oh my God, I can't do this apparently. I also can't double jump, I notice. Okay. Okay. I can make that work. I can make that work. Not you, cat. You cannot be made to work. You are unworkable. Yeah. And we're dead. Okay, who was that? It was Von Falkenstein. I knew it. I knew it. Trying to get me killed. Von Falkenstein was like, "This is the best PS2 game ever made, and I will kill you for it." 1 second here. Yeah, of course I do, Elazar. But it's also possible that I'm extremely wrong. See, the problem with Anakin is there's like 50,000 different reasons... People who all wrote Anakin. And all of them had a different idea of who or what Anakin is. Hayseed Knight. Sonic Adventure. DX, I believe. And Super Mario Mod. You got it. Thank you, Von Falkenstein, as always. Well, that's when you have to engage your brain act. If I can be blunt for 1 second, you know one of the biggest problems with all of human society? Greed. But you know one of the second biggest problems with all of human society? Not thinking. We love to push things into a box, and once it's in a box, you don't have to think about it, right? I like labeling things, but labels are the beginning of understanding, not the end. It's not, this is a such and such, and then you move on. No, that's just like the starting point of understanding. It is helpful for understanding. So there's no, you want to know a clear, I hate to get political. You don't want to know one of the clear signs of a grifter, especially in the political space? If they point to an entire group of people and say all of those people are bad or good. All of them. Because what that person is doing is appealing to your desire to have everything into a nice, simple, grouped up categorization where you do not have to think. Because thinking is hard. Thinking takes energy. Thinking takes time. It's a lot easier to just say, I like RPGs. I don't like platformers. The reason I brought this up is because something that I think Ect said was, how do you tell good opinions from bad? That was strange. I think that threw off my timing. Because I don't know what to do there. Oh my god, what was that? I don't know what happened. I can shoot on the rails. Interesting. Might farm a little bit here. That's not what happened, Look. I hate to disagree with you on that one. But anyways, that's how you tell which opinions are valid and which ones are not. You use your brain. You engage your mind and actually think about the individual circumstances and the individual situation, the person who's telling it to you, why they're telling it, how they're telling it, for what purpose behind they're telling it, etc., etc., etc. I'm screwing up my words because I'm kind of concentrating here, forgive me. But you get the idea. So to go back to what started all of this, that person, who I still have not named, and will continue to not slander, their opinion was invalid because they were hawking some non-game, mobage gambling trash as a game that they played and recommended to anybody who was a fan of strategy games. In that exact circumstance, with the audience he had cultivated over years, he had proven that he does not have the right to have his opinion counted as valid. I don't know what happened there. Shooting stuff behind me. That's actually funny. Because I'm going faster than the missiles are. Is it leveling? I don't have time to look. Did someone see if the experience bar is going up at all for the secret missiles? Not now, obviously. If you're right, you don't have to think about the facts. Let me tell you a little pro tip about being right. Nobody's right. We can have degrees of certainty in things, but anybody who knows anything knows that you're constantly having to challenge your assertions. Otherwise, you don't know anything. So I thought I had to jump forward from last time. There was a guess, of course, because as I mentioned last time, I wasn't sure what went wrong exactly. Instead, I had to jump left. By the way, this is getting a negative. 100%. Now, you might say my opinion's invalid, and that's entirely valid. But I want to explain why, because I have to actually do that. I have to earn my opinion. I can't just say, you know what, this sucks. I am out of guns. I mean, what do you think I am, IGN? So the reason this sucks is because it relies on memorization. And no checkpoints. What's that? You screwed up slightly 2 minutes into a 3-minute sequence? Start all over again. Also, lack of feedback. Twice now, I haven't been exactly sure what I have done wrong, and if not for chat telling me, I still wouldn't actually know how to progress in certain parts of this segment. So, trial and error gameplay plus no checkpoints plus unclear feedback equals bad level design. So, left this time. Anything else? No.
Sorry.
Jack reference. Even I get that Jack reference.
Part. You need all of the parts to make the hypnomatic gadget.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it, but how the hell do you get that? That's the theory, Sperm. Yeah, we turned in Quark's memorabilia. I forget what we got from it, but we already turned it in. Armor. Lord Armor. Interesting. You're welcome, citizen. Why are there so many of these stupid things? Don't answer that question. I get it, I get it. They're tribbles except violent. Oh, hey, let me kill these bots so I can look them up. Or die. Let me die. I mean, honestly, yeah, violent tribbles, that's Exterminatus time. That's, nope, we're good here. Peace. Yeah, in a previous timeline, you were saved. Now you get to die. The Exterma bots were sent in to destroy everything which is small and fuzzy. Unfortunately, this includes you. Eh. Well, shoot. And yet, they're not aiming at the protopets. Be nice. Uh-huh. Well, see, that's clearly an invalid opinion, though. Therefore... yeah, no, this is gonna suck. Like, there's no happiness here. We're past the happy point. I guess that YouTuber commenter was right. I am not happy while playing a platformer. And therefore, I don't like any platform. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Not thinking. I wasn't happy during one platformer, therefore I do not like all platformers, because it's easier to think that way, rather than to assume that there's any kind of nuance or gradient to society, civilization, opinions, or people. Why are there so many of these stupid things? Don't answer that question. No, that was a real comment I got. Right before I started, I think it was Celeste, actually. Someone was telling me I need to skip the Celeste run. Oh my god. That's the other thing I've found amusing about that particular comment. Because I could just be like, guys, I know you've literally paid me to play this game, but honestly, I don't like platformers, so I'm just going to skip this game. Could you imagine that? Please tell me I don't have to kill them all again. Yeah, no, they're freaking tribbles. They're born pregnant. That's not a platform. We can almost afford that armor. Which is a shame, because there's no armor dude around here. No armor vendor, I mean. It's okay, surely I don't have to kill them all twice, right? Right, like I've already done it, so I don't have to do it again, right? God damn. That is 11 damage from these things. I saw that in Discord Act. How many stages are left in this game? Out of idle curiosity. Okay. I appear to have a thing or four. Ah! Yeah, no, I'm going to cheat in a way that doesn't count as cheating in order to show off all the guns at some point. I mean, we actually have a record of cheating just to show off stuff that would otherwise be just time-consuming. Same general concept. Now, that still, at a glance, looks like a platform. Wow. Did you... I love how the boss just sitting there not attacking the pets. That's just amusing. Can I help you, cat? No, I know. It's because their AI doesn't activate until you're too close to them. I've seen this in quite a few games. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got stuck on the door. That was weird. Game? Oh, you son of a... So the game wouldn't allow me to grab the ledge of the bus. Because the game is full of crap. Not to be confused with Conker's Bad Fur Day, which is just... that's different. That's different. Kill-alls are almost always the bane of, like, every... I've never played it, back I don't know. Of almost every genre, I would say. Like, I can't think of a single genre where kill-all is a good mission design. We saw that in Ace Combat, we saw that in StarCraft. We've seen that in several FPSs as well. Metroid 2 is an interesting one, because it's not actually a kill-all. I get your point, but it's not. You don't have to kill everything in a zone to progress. Like, the equivalent of that would be kill each hatchery in a specific mission in StarCraft in order to progress. What's popping? What are you doing? Arena challenges are a bit different, too. I'll give you that. So, I'll acquiesce to that. Ace Combat 4. I never heard Loke's favorite PS2 game. Or I just missed it. One of the two. No, what's yours, Act? Unless it's just 3. RNC 3. Let's see. Ross's favorite PS2 game. Clearly, it's Resident Evil 4. FF10, right. That makes sense. I don't know if I have a favorite PS2 game. I would actually really have to put some thought into that. I've said it before. I said it on the YouTube whole thing. The YouTube announcement. I skipped out on the PS2 because, you know, homeless. And never really had as much investment in it at the time. So almost all of my experience was going back to the PS2. So in my case, the question kind of becomes which PS2 games hold up. Okay. Well, I'm starting this section with half health. I'm just gonna give up. I'm just gonna die. It's actually... I haven't even started. I'm at half health. Yeah, so we've got let me actually list some PS2 games I actually enjoy. So we've got most of Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy X-2, Dragon Quest VIII, Kingdom Hearts 2. Dicks. I mean, I'm going to be real. The PS2 was not a game, a console I really loved platformers on. I guess I just said love. Current tense. Like, let's look at the Mega Man games on the PS2. Oh, that's right. Spyro's fine, but I've actually never played Spyro on the PS2. In fact, I'm not sure what Spyro game is on the PS2. I'd have to ask Mr. Red about that. Spyro 1, 2, and 3 are on the PS1, and I played the remasters. So I'm at 2 health. I have heard good things about several Front Mission games, and that's, yeah, PS2. San Andreas is... yeah, I'll give you that. I was discounting that, because I played it on the PC, but it is a PS2 game. It counts. Yeah, exactly, Noctis. So I gotta adjust my thinking now, because when I'm thinking of PS2 games that were not exclusive, I have to include things like Resident Evil 4, which I do like. I still think it holds up. Oh, that's just mean game. Devil May Cry 3. Specifically 3. Oh, that guy got knocked out of render race. Did you see that? Metal Gear Solid 3. That's a good one. Let's see. I mentioned all 3 of those, Rex. Unless you're listing yours, in which case, ignore me. I know, I'm specifically restraining myself from just listing exclusives. Just PS2 games that I think are good now. That's the only requirement. That was a well-timed heal. I would love to say I timed that, but I'm not a good liar. I didn't notice my experience bar again. Never played the Tony Hawks. Breath of Fire 5 was a kind of a, was Breath of Fire 5. I almost added that. Sly Cooper 2. I never played that one. I played Sly Cooper 1, I think, for a rumination. I barely remember it. Because rooms. Was Bully on the PS2? I never liked any of the Star Oceans on the PS2. Okay, Star Ocean 3... Yes, 3 can go directly to hell. Star Ocean 3 was so bad, I have never played a Star Ocean game since. That is not a joke. It literally killed the franchise for me. Not actually making that up. Hang on. I just got a sub. That was from Alex. Nope. It's tier 2 sub. 4. Hayseed Knight. Sonic 2D. Classic. And Expedition 33. Thank you. As always, Alex. Let's see. So, God of War 2. God of War 1, not really great. But God of War 2, that one holds up. Hell, I'm pretty sure we played the PS2 version of that. No, we played the PS3 version of that, but still. Having to pick a favorite of everything I just listed, that's actually really hard to do. I think it's probably between Kingdom Hearts 2 and God of War 2. If you put a gun to my head, I'd say those are probably the big contenders there. Are you in range to shoot? You are not. That's okay. I played some of the Guitar Heroes. I couldn't tell you which ones. Oh man, that was a... Ugh. That game did not review very well. Burnout 3, haven't played that. Yeah, God of War 2 really pushed what the PS2 could do. Oh hey, there was a continue point right here. Let's see, so we've got 1011111010101s, 101010101s, and my personal favorite, absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah, that's it. Those are the only two. Also, yeah, there's Dan again on the zero. I don't think I've played the original Katamari Damacy. I played a much more recent version, which I don't know if it's a port, a sequel, a remaster. I'm sorry, Alex. Please don't hate me. Well, okay. It's okay to hate me. I accept. It's on the Switch. Whichever version's on the Switch, because I was playing it with my niece. It's okay to hate me. That's a valid... Well, okay, that's not true. Hating literally anybody is probably not an acceptable opinion. But it's fine to dislike me, to be mad at me. That's totally cool, and I understand. Someone who will go nameless mentioned something to me this morning, which really stuck with me. Oh, of course not, Act. Let me ask you a question really quick. I'm sorry. I'll get back to what I was told this morning in a second. Do you think Super Mario Sunshine's a good game? There's that bolt, by the way. I still feel bad about that, Alex. I cannot believe I just straight up didn't have the walkthrough like an idiot. That is 100% my fault. I mean, I think Sunshine is the beginnings of a good game, but I'm willing to say Sunshine is not actually that good of a game. I have earned that opinion. I have gone out of my way to spend hours of my life defining that opinion. That's the point, though. I mean, there's a reason I call it Sunshine Syndrome, right? Sunshine Syndrome specifically refers to a game which is fun until it isn't. Like, that's really what that boils down to. And honestly, I was actually having a lot of fun with this game. Until I wasn't. Does that make sense, Act? I mentioned I hit my quit point, and frankly, yeah, if I had just put the game down at my quit point, you know what I would probably say? Oh, yeah, man, I love Ratchet and Clank too. Especially the bouncer. Oh, and the lava gun. The lava gun's so cool. And that would be my opinion on the game. Yeah, Alex, I don't know how this one's going to end up. So, yeah, the turret gun is so awesome. Yeah, the turret gun. You get the point, right? The game definitely has good points. It's easy to see why someone would enjoy this. I mentioned the comment this morning. I'm thinking if I should actually share it now. I just realized. Oh, hey! There's another Jack poster. Is that 1 or 2? I don't know, he looks all frowny, so that looks like 2. Because 2 was like the GTA clone, right? calling it clone is dismissive. What I mean by that is that was the GTA one, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. And surely they would have key art this early on, so that makes sense. Oh no. Oh no. Ugh. I have 1 health right now. Okay, okay. I do have a sniper rifle. Count. So that's 2 shots, 3 shots. Okay, it's 3 shots per. Look. No, I shouldn't share it, because I just realized it sounds like it's speaking positively about me, and I don't want to speak positively about myself. It was about people's preference for unique over quality. And the idea was... I really don't feel that way, right? The idea was that... it was a theory being postulated that one of the reasons why most people prefer unique over quality, not the only reason, just one of the reasons, is that most people don't have the sheer exposure to a gargantuan quantity of games like I do. And so as a consequence, they tend to look at those games from a less analytical perspective. So what stands out? Things that are unique, things that are special, things that are cool. And this makes perfect sense to me. I even commented in return, I was like, yeah, I can actually name several games that I liked, which are more unique than they are good. I'll give you an example right now off the top of my head. Star Wars Rebellion, which is a frankly bad Star Wars 4X game. But it's a Star Wars 4X game, which by itself is something that, well, we've never had before or since. And so by sheer virtue of being a game in which I can build up my resources and slowly conquer the galaxy as the Galactic Empire, that was fun for that reason. Make sense? So uniqueness doesn't have to be completely innovative, too. It can just be something that you don't get anywhere else. It could be something... God damn it! Ah, stop chasing me! Sorry, the camera refused to turn around there. It can be something you're just not getting anywhere else, right? I love... I had another example. You could argue that Von Falkenstein. It's true, Flavorful. Oh god, I had another example that's gone. I'm sure you could think of examples yourself. Games where you're not getting that itch. That itch is not being scratched. That bit of entertainment nutrition is not something that's being satisfied by anything else. Right? And so you like that game or show or movie or book or music more because that's the thing that is specifically satisfying that nutrition. I know people like to use scratch the itch, but I like nutrition better because it's part of our creative sanity, for lack of a better way to put that. We need mental food the same way we need physical food, right? Did they just close the door on me, you sons of... Yeah, it's part of our media diet. Bingo. Oh, damn it. Oh, god damn it. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah. I don't even see them. I don't even see them. I hear them, but I don't see them. Look, you know me. I love a good food analogy. I hate this. I hate this so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we done? Are we done? Yeah, it's filling. That's a great word. Thank you, Ross. That's the word I was looking for. It's filling. It's nutrition. I saw you say that, Wolverine. It's a great question. I have 1 health right now. So if I find a checkpoint, which is not here, I was really hoping that was going to be a checkpoint. God. Yeah, I will try it out, Wolverine. I will try it out. Just not right now. Please, for the love of God, give me a checkpoint. Please? Why do you hate checkpoints, game? Why do you hate me? Oh. Okay, I just gotta heal. So I will swear. I said I would swear to do this, and I will. Yeah, quick select. That's right. What's this? What is that? I don't actually know what that is. What is that? Tractor beam. Okay, we'll place that for right now. There we go. Yeah, and yeah, I see them up there. Do you see how they're obscured by the foliage? That's mean, game. Just putting those behind the trees there. That is not cute. 3. Anyway, sorry. That's it. That was the whole comment. But, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, and there goes all my new health. He followed me. He followed me. You son of a... I'm sorry, no, Loke. Do you mind repeating it, please? Okay, I think there's still... Yep. And is there still... No, okay. You are not... You... I'm just being robbed at this point. Alright, fine. Yeah, just straight up shooting me through the wall. I hate everything. I hate everything in the world. Okay, is that all the ones down below? I think it actually is. Okay. I didn't even see the shot. If that had killed me, I would have been so mad. That actually does sound familiar, Logue, crazily enough. Okay. I'm so scared now. Okay, there's a continue point.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
You are getting very sleepy.
Ahem. A customer. You, sir, look like someone who could use a hypnomanic.
Okay.
Just bring us the parts, and we'll make it for free.
For a fee. A very small fee.
Okay. And I'm missing one part. But I got here. And yeah, I don't know how much he's going to charge for that, but... Hi, Zuli. Of Karos. You just missed me barely managing to get that section with 1 health. Twice. Well, the second time I had like 5 health, but still. Oh my gosh. God, that sounds really familiar, Logue. I'm just gonna run. Where's an armor kiosk? Someone help me out, please. Wait, hold off on buying armor, but I really want the armor! I really want the armor, please. Please. Oh god, why? Oh, that's valid. I'll get a discount. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll just go get the last diplomatic part. And then get more bolts somewhere. I mean, it makes sense, right? You're giving me a discount. A huge... You're paying me. Oh, excuse me. But before we do this, I'm gonna pause for lunch. I'll be back.